It just leaves a lot of the tail in your feet. And I got cricket teeth, so it stays in there. Should we shut down and then go back up? Oh, okay.
All right, continuing to test. This is just an audio check. Audio check for troubleshooting purposes. Double checking the YouTube line and the Facebook feed. Check. Should be live for just a second during the audio test. Audio testing 1, 2, 3. Sorry for the generic audio test. Testing. Can hear you on Legistar. Yes, fantastic. Brianna. No, okay. Reinhardt. Okay.
Should we shut down and then... On Zoom. Can anyone hear me on YouTube? Okay, anybody that can hear me that is on Zoom or viewing the meeting through Granicus, CMAC, or YouTube, we are having audio issues. So at this time, I am going to shut down Zoom and the systems, and I will be restarting. So be sure to re-log on to Zoom in a few minutes. Thank you. Okay. Another audio test. Can you hear me on Zoom, YouTube, Legistar, and CMAC? Can you hear me?
And for purposes of the test, I hear there's a delay for a few seconds. Zoom is good. And testing, that is what we need there at least. So continue the test. Testing, checking on the Legistar right now. Testing will continue. While we are testing, I will continue to talk into the microphone. All right, we at least have confirmation on YouTube, CMAC, and Zoom. So that is good. Waiting on one last confirmation for Legistar, and we will continue regardless of the Legistar issue, but interested to see if we've got that one going during the test of the audio. Audio check, 1, 2, 3. Checking. If the team in the back is monitoring, let me know as well. No sound there, and Zoom, yes. Try Legistar one more time, going on a not hearing. Okay, well, we've got most of them up. Thank you all for participating in our test, and we'll probably be getting this meeting up and running in just a moment.
Apologies for the delay. We had some technical difficulties this morning. The time is 9:22 a.m. I'm going to call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Carbasi. Present. Councilmember Arias. Present. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
And for the last time, Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask everybody to stand for the invocation, which will be led by Pastor Simon Biasil from the Big Red Church. And I'm going to ask everyone to remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Good morning. Would you join me in prayer? We begin the new year toward you, from whom no secret can be hid. We have had a night and a weekend and a lifetime of secrets. We have stored the usual list of secrets, of acres of guilt unforgiven, of desires too rich to utter. Beyond that, we have a secret list of hurts, from ancient days with parents and siblings, from assorted bullies at play school and in adult life. Some of us overly sensitive, all of us grown protective and capable of self-pity. Beyond that, we have a secret list of hopes, some selfish and some noble, hopes of new freedom and new reconciliation, of new security and new recognition, of doing well and being well. We have so much to keep hidden, and you know because you made us and have watched us from the beginning. You know because you see us in our waking and our sleeping. You know because you love us right through, beyond all of our covert capacity. And we yearn to be known fully, without reserve by you. So we ask on this day, courage to match your love, honesty to match your generosity, self-awareness to speak into your awareness of us. By the time the sun sets on this year, we will have rent the curtain of our lives and let you into the center of it all, there to abide in holy forgiveness. We pray through your Spirit of all truth that our truth, opened to your mercy, will make us free. Amen.
All right, City Clerk, are there any changes to today's agenda?
We do have a few changes to the agenda, but first I'd like to announce we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom and an in-house Spanish translator who will quickly let the audience know the services they can provide.
Buenos días a todos y por favor las personas que van a necesitar el intérprete del idioma español pasan para acá para darle equipo y nos puedan escuchar. Gracias.
Thank you. And as for changes to the agenda, first I'd like to announce for consent calendar item 1H, that is file ID 2421, regarding allocation of One Fresno Youth Jobs Corps program funding to 6 organizations to provide a meaningful work experience at their work sites. I'd like to note that, for the record, both the mayor and Councilmember Arias are on the board of the Downtown Association, but it does not create a conflict pursuant to the government code. And then we have items that were moved to contested consent for further discussion. That includes consent calendar item 1H, that is file ID 2421, actions pertaining to allocation of One Fresno Youth Job Corps program funding to 6 organizations to provide meaningful work experience at their work sites. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We have consent calendar item 1J, that is file ID 2448, to approve the second amendment to the Professional Engineering Services Agreement with Quadnoff Inc. in the amount of $15,000, increasing the total contract amount to $83,000 with a remaining contingency of $500 due to increased scope of services for the Fink White Park Splash Pad project. Moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And the following items have been removed from the agenda. First, we have the 10 o'clock a.m. Item ID 24-12, a hearing to consider development permit application, vesting tentative parcel map, environmental impact report, state clearinghouse, regarding an office warehouse project located on 48.03 acres at the northeast intersection of North Marks and West Nielsen Avenues. That was tabled to February 1st, 2024 by Council members Nelson, Perea, Maxwell, and Arias. It'll be at the same time, 10 o'clock a.m. And then we have the 10:10 a.m. number 1. That is a hearing to consider text amendment application 2302443 and related environmental findings, and amending subsection U to section 3804 of chapter 15 of the Fresno Municipal Code pertaining to the deferral of certain subdivision improvements. That has been moved to January 18th by staff. And last, we have Closed session item 5A, public employee performance evaluation for the city attorney. That has been moved to January 18th by Council President Maxwell. And those are all the changes I have received.
All right, thank you very much, City Clerk. I'm going to take it to my council colleagues at this time. If you have any additional changes to the agenda, now would be the time to do so. I'll go in numerical order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
No changes, Mr. President.
Arias.
Council President, I'd just like to request that we adjourn the meeting in memory of George Rodriguez, a member of the MLK Unity Committee who passed away 2 days ago.
We can accommodate that. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield. Councilmember Esparza. Council Vice President Perea.
Yeah, I just would like to recuse myself from item 1J. Quadnoff is involved in these projects and is a source of income for me, so therefore I will be recusing myself from 1J. And then I just wanted to read into the record for the 10 a.m. item that the clerk previously read that was being tabled to the February 1st council date. I just wanted to note for the record that the item will be continued to allow additional time for the council to review the material. The record on this matter contains a large amount of documents, including comments received for this item from interested parties and members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no further changes on my end, so is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? I have a motion by Carbasi and a second by Arias. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. And they'll bring us to our next item. That's going to be the election of the Fresno City Council President and Vice President. I will entertain a motion for the next year of leadership at this time.
Yes, I would like to make a motion. I've known Councilmember Annalisa Perea since she was a little girl in the back here when I was serving with her dad, Henry Perea, and it's quite an honor and privilege for me to make a motion that she be the next council president and that Councilmember Mike Carbasi be the next vice president.
Second.
That's a motion by Bredefield and a second by Arias for Councilmember Annalisa Perea as president and Councilmember Mike Carbasi as vice president. Is there any? Oh, yes. Let us go to public comment first. Would anybody in the audience wish to speak on this item? Seeing nobody in the audience, do we have anybody on Zoom?
We do. Layla?
Yes, let's make sure that they wish to speak on this matter specifically, and then I'll get to you, Mr. Elizondo, next.
Layla, you're unmute. Do you wish to speak on the election of the president and vice president? Okay, Council President. They were not responsive.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Elizondo, would you like to give public comment on this? You'll have 3 minutes.
First name basis.
The Lord is my strength and my defense. Peace be with you. We're talking about president of the city council. Well, do they qualify? Is the integrity there? Those questions need to be answered. If you don't know your own gender, how can you be a leader? Anyway, I'll make it short. The rest is up to you.
Okay. Anyone else that wishes to speak on this matter specifically could come forward at this time. Again, we're just talking about the change in leadership at this time.
Make us proud, Annalise. I don't care what sex you choose or race or gender or anything. Just make us proud.
Good morning. I think Annalisa will be a great leader. However, Carbasi may not because he's a follower, and I don't trust followers. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, Council President Annalisa Perea and Council Vice President Mike Carbasi unanimously voted as the next leadership of the Fresno City Council. We're going to give the city clerk a couple of minutes to change the name tags and seating up here on the dais. And in the meantime, I'd like to ask Council President Perea to meet me at the front of the chambers as I present a special gift to her at this time.
Should they be changing seats too?
The two affected people.
Mike.
Hey, Gary.
Oh no, I'm not having audio issues. I'm
should
having
move now.
internet issues. I know, it's not working.
Testing. All right, well, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for being here on this truly special occasion. I just want to give a lot of thank yous today. The last year, there was a lot of ups, but there were a lot of challenges throughout the year, too. Very appreciative of the over 80,000 people in District 4 that continue to allow me to serve as their council member. Very appreciative to my 6 colleagues on the Fresno City Council who entrusted a 31-year-old to lead the legislative branch of local government. Very appreciative of the administration who I've worked closely with and grown a greater appreciation of over the past year. And thank you, Mayor Dyer, City Manager, the Assistant City Managers for working with me over the past year to pass a lot of great legislation and a great budget for the city of Fresno. I want to thank all of my city staff, Laura Garcia, Carmen Iniguez. I want to thank Kia Vang and Isabel Salazar and Carmen Flores, Sean Clark, and our intern Alex, because I would not have been able to be successful this last year if I didn't have an extremely hardworking and competent staff in the background that was making sure that we were prepared for every event, that I had notes going into every meeting, and who were just all rock stars over this last year. I couldn't have done it without all of them. I'm really excited for this next cohort of leadership to come through. Council Vice President Mike Carbasi is somebody I've grown very close to over the last couple of years. We've had our disagreements and differences, and I'm sure we will going forward, but he's somebody that's grown to be a very close friend. You know, in this industry, you have a lot of people who will give you a smile one day and a knife in the back the other. Councilmember Carbasi is not that guy. He is one of the most sincere and kindest individuals that I've met in this line of work, and that counts for a whole heck of a lot in leadership. And I know he'll be a strong right hand for Council President Perea in this upcoming year. And as far as Council President Perea, I don't know where to begin. She's one of the most competent people to ever step foot inside Fresno City Hall. She's going to be a fierce leader. She's going to be a fair leader. I've seen her judgment in play time after time, and she's never let me down, and she's never let this city down. I think our city is going to be in better hands, and I'm excited to serve under her leadership over this next year. And so please join me in congratulating Council President Perea as we hand off the gavel of leadership.
All right, well, I want to start by recognizing your chief of staff. And we all know that in many cases we are the face of the city council, but it is our staff that really is the magic behind the scenes that makes the wheels turn. So Laura, are you here? Laura Garcia? There she is. Come on down, Laura. Laura, we're very appreciative for the work you did for President Maxwell over the past year. You made all of us that much better. As the chief for District 4, you did an incredible job. And on behalf of the District 1 office and everyone else, just want to say thank you, Laura, for your leadership. And I do want to start also by acknowledging my staff. I like to say that we're only as good as the people we surround ourselves with, and so that's why I have built an all-star team, starting with my Chief of Staff, Laura Rios. I have Brenda here. I have Myra somewhere back here as well. There you are. Jack and Alondra as well. And so thank you guys. You've been on this journey with me since day one, most of you. And next year, we're going to hit the ground, this year, we're going to hit the ground running and really make the greatest impact possible we can for the residents here of our great city. So Tyler, you served as council president during my first year. And I could not have been more appreciative for your leadership here on the city council. You showed me what leadership looks like here on the dais, and I could not be more grateful for that. You are someone that not just sets the bar, but you raised the bar and really showed us what the definition of leadership is. You were calm, cool, collected when times got difficult, and thank you for that. When you became council president, I gave a speech and I compared you a lot to your cat, Aslan, and I won't do that again, but Tyler, I just wanted to say thank you, and council colleagues, if you can join me down here so we can take a quick picture, but we do have a gift for you on behalf of the entire city council. Yeah, this is Tyler's council president plaque, and then as you can see, we all wrote a love note around the trim of that.
What a gimme right here.
Some are appropriate, others are not. You left big shoes to fill, Tyler, but I'm looking forward to carrying on the legacy that you started of being a great council president. So thank you to my colleagues for your confidence in me.
Hey, nobody told me it's supposed to be love note.
That's fair about that.
Right.
Get us a skinny angel. Don't use that wide lens. Thank you very much, everybody.
And I hate to interrupt our regularly scheduled program, but we are once again experiencing some audio difficulties. But this time it's via Zoom, and we do need to pause continuing city business while we get that squared away. I apologize to everyone while we take care of this audio difficulty.
At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break to give our IT staff time to fix our audio issues.
Thank you. Good to see you.
I love it.
testing. Okay.
I would just like to ask the audience that if you would like to display a sign, to please go ahead and hold it in a way where you're not obstructing any views. Thank you all. All right, at this time, we're going to, I'm going to give the floor to Councilmember Arias to make a motion.
Council President, I'd like to make a motion or reconsideration on the consent calendar. City staff has addressed questions for me on item 1I. I'm sorry, on 1J as in Jack. So I'd like to return that Think White Park back into the consent calendar. And then with that motion for reconsideration, I'd like to move item 1I back to contested consent.
Okay, so we have a motion of reconsideration regarding the consent calendar. Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition?
Thank you.
Point of clarification.
Yep.
I believe the first motion required is to reconsider approval of the agenda. So reconsideration of approval of the agenda is what's on the table right now. Is that accurate, Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, a motion by Arias, a second by Carbasi. See no opposition, motion passes 7-0.
With that back on the agenda for reconsideration.
Sorry. Now the second motion that is required is for you to change the agenda.
Yes.
And so if you'll clarify the changes that are being made.
I'd like to make the following changes to the consent agenda. 1J, as in Jack, would remain on consent, and 1I would go to contested consent.
Okay, so we have a motion to put 1J back onto the consent calendar. In addition to that, we had a motion to pull 1I onto contested consent. Can I get a second? Second. Motion by Arias and a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, Council, at this time, we're going to, let me see. All right, for the benefit of the Council and everyone watching, I just want to note that we will be making some changes to the order in which we hear items today. We will first finish the election items with the election of the chair and vice chair of the successor agency. Then we're going to move on to ceremonial presentations, followed by council member, mayor, city manager, clerk, city attorney reports and comments. And then we're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters, followed by the consent, contested consent, and then unscheduled communication. And we'll end by going into closed session. So at this time, we're going to move on to the election of the chair and vice chair to the successor agency, to the redevelopment agency to the city of Fresno. Council, would anyone like to make a motion?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to remain as chair of the RDA with Council President as vice chair.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Esparza to elect Councilmember Arias as chair and Councilmember Perea as vice chair. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes 7-0.
Councilmember,
Yeah.
I apologize, but you need to go to public comment
Okay,
before the vote.
okay. Would any member of the public like to comment on this item? This is the appointments to the successor agency. Seeing none in person. Brianna, is there anyone online?
Yes, we have Layla.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Hi, Layla.
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
1 second. We see that. I don't believe, Layla, your audio isn't working.
It should be. I hear you guys. Hello? Hello? I'm here.
Okay, so Council President, I do see their audio as it appears that they are talking, but unfortunately we can't hear them. And looking at our audio here, I'm seeing that all of the, I am getting messages that we are hearing her on Zoom.
So we're hearing them on Zoom, but we're not hearing them in the chambers.
Yeah, because I'm here. I hear you, but you guys don't hear me.
Layla?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, there we go. Go ahead and start.
Thank you. Hello, I'm going to keep this very brief and get straight to the point. After 26,000 Palestinians have been killed within
Layla?
98 days by the Israel. Yes.
Layla, we're taking public comment right now on the item, which is the appointments to the successor agency.
Oh, I
At this time.
see.
Did you have
Okay.
any comment on that item?
No, I just want to make a public comment.
Okay. When
Not
we get
on this item.
Understood. When we get to that part of the agenda, you'll have that opportunity.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Annalisa.
Thank you. All right. So at this time, Raj, should we do a revote? Okay. So this is for the item of the election of chair and vice chair to the successor agency. I had a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by, was it Councilmember Chavez? Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. All right, Council, at this time, we're going to move on to the ceremonial presentations. The first proclamation we have is for Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Unity Committee Day, and this is sponsored by Councilmember Arias.
Council, it gives me a pleasure today to recognize members of the Martin Luther King Unity Committee that was established by this city more than 40 years ago. This year is actually the 40th anniversary of the committee. And with us is Dr. Kapoor, Gail Gaston, Summer Gaston, James Lett III, Terry Kimber Edwards, Les Kimber's daughter and former principal, Mr. Eric Payne, Dr. Jeffrey Hunt, John, Erin Ford, and Mike Salas. And again, we had the passing of Mr. Rodriguez a couple of days ago. More than this year is the 40th year that this group of volunteers have been organizing the annual MLK events. It includes the march, the award ceremonies, the volunteer work. So we want to give them a huge thank you and also give them an opportunity to share with you guys the scheduled events for this year, which will begin officially tomorrow. Today, tomorrow. All right, with that, Ms. Gaston. Mr. Kapoor.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias, and we'd like to give a special thank you for you supporting our MLK committee and stepping up to the plate and helping us make sure all these events happen. This starts the events for the 40th celebration for Martin Luther King. We start tomorrow, Friday, with the garlanding ceremony, and that will be at Courthouse Park. And we will be having speakers, and we will be having the King dancers that will be performing there. And also our elected officials will be present. We will be putting flowers around the Martin Luther King bust. Friday evening, we will have an event here at City Hall, and that's an awards program that we will be giving out community awards for community members who have lived up to Martin Luther King's dream and the work that Martin Luther King has done. We will also have a special speaker, Dr. Franklin, who will be here speaking. He's the past president of Morehouse College, so we're very honored to have that, and we look forward to that. And then Saturday morning, we will have our Martin Luther King breakfast. That will be in Clovis, which we look forward to having members there and speakers that will be presenting presentations concerning Martin Luther King. Sunday evening, we will be having the candlelight vigil that will be held at Martin Luther King Elementary School, hosted by Summer Gaston Garris, who is a principal at Martin Luther King Elementary School. Thank you for doing that for us. And then Monday, we will have the official Martin Luther King March. And that march will take place, it will start at St. John's Cathedral, will proceed to Fresno City Hall, and then we'll proceed to Veterans Memorial Hall. And at Veterans Hall, we will have the official program that will be presented by Terry Edwards and Eric Payne. And so those are our events, and there are flyers that will give you lots of information about speakers and people that will be there. So thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Arias, and thank you to all of our city council members for supporting the Martin Luther King events over the past years.
Thank you. Gail. With that, City Clerk, would you please read the resolution?
Whereas, in the fall of 1983, former Fresno City Council member Les Kimber, through Bill 195 and Ordinance 85-187, created the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Unity Committee and declared the third Monday in January the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, making the city one of the first cities in the nation to observe Dr. King's birthday as a holiday. And whereas, the first Unity Committee included Les Kimber, Dr. Sudarshan Kapoor, Dan Pisano, Karen Humphrey, Reverend Walt Perry, Mary Curry, Woody Miller, Dr. Joseph Sachs, Dr. Thomas Russell, Shirley Rowe, Art Dyson, Reverend Chester Riggins, Ernie Shelton, Dr. James Aldridge, Ben Benavidez, Jackie Church, Ruth Cooper, Lindell Cross, Rutherford Gaston, Dr. Robert S. Michael, Ray Johnson, and various other community members. And whereas the Unity Committee, tasked with organizing a community-wide celebration of Dr. King's life and legacy, held the first four-day celebration in January of 1984. The events included a community march, a commemoration program, and a food drive. Since then, the events have expanded to include a community breakfast, candlelight vigil, a student speech, art, an essay contest, a garlanding ceremony, and an awards community reception. And whereas the Unity Committee has been a vital force since its inception and is proud of its 40 years of service to the Fresno community, the Unity Committee ensures that Dr. King's timeless values of truth, justice, compassion, courage, dignity, humility, and community service are commemorated each year during his birthday. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim January 11th, 2024 to be Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Unity Committee Day in the city of Fresno.
Yes, just in commemorating 40 years of our committee, but more importantly, the legacy that Dr. King left. We know that he was a peacemaker and fought for the lives of so many during a time in our country's history that was extremely dark for people that looked like myself. And we know that he strove for unity amongst all communities. And we know that those that are marginalized, that are on the margins of the decision-making process, that are seeking peace for their own communities, that our committee and so many others like ours across this country are standing with you. And we wholeheartedly invite our mayor to our events this weekend, along with the city manager, Georgianne. We hope that you'll be there as well at our commemoration program and at our march, but more importantly at our garland ceremony. So we want to thank the city for all of their work and working with your staff as we made this transition to working with the council. And so we're just so appreciative for all that you've done in the last few years to support our work.
And from the Kimber family, I want to say thank you. 40 years is a long time. Some of you may not have been here, but I remember my brother and I being a part of the marches, and it's just such a wonderful celebration. So we invite all of you to attend, and we just want to thank you. Thank you for continuing the tradition.
I'm Sue Kapoor. I have been with the committee since it was established in 1983. I feel very blessed that I got this opportunity to serve on this committee. We are very thankful to Councilman Arias and Elisa Perea and all other council members who have supported us all these years. And we are very thankful to the council and the mayor and the city manager for their cooperation. This is the committee which is very multicultural and also represents various cross-sections of the community. This is the committee that has worked very hard all these years to bring the message and the legacy of Dr. King to be observed in Fresno. And we are very thankful for this rich committee that we have in terms of its composition. I feel very blessed to work with all of them, and it is my great honor actually to be a part of this committee celebration. I hope all of you would come. This is the committee that brings people of Fresno together. In my 55, 56 years of stay in Fresno, this is the only organization that brings people of various colors, religions, cultures together like that. That's the community that generates a very positive energy in our community, and we thank you very much for your support. I hope you continue supporting it. Because Dr. King's message is really forever. It is relevant today, it will be relevant tomorrow. This is the message of peace, justice, and unity that all of us need to follow like that over there. And I have written an article, you may have read it in Fresno Bee, and it is available, which really describes the history of this committee and the work that we have done during the last 40 years. Thank you very much for all the cooperation and your blessing and support all these years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Excellent job, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you guys for coming. You're off the hook, no more photos.
All right, up next, we are going to hear from the Office of the Mayor and City Manager, who will be presenting a proclamation honoring Heron Family Legacy Day.
Thank you, Council President. It is my honor today to be able to present this proclamation to the Heron family. And we are calling this a Heron Family Legacy Day, and I'd like for Hillary, Randy, and Jim to please come forward and join me here at the podium. So anyone that has lived in Fresno for any period of time is very familiar with the Heron family. The Heron Jaguar Land Rover business that is downtown and has been downtown for 78 years. And it began in 1945, not as a Jaguar, but as a mechanics business with Charles Sr., but it wasn't Heron at that time, as I understand it, was Haruthian. And he had a difficult time obtaining a business license, so had to change his name and shorten it to Heron. And that is where it all began. And then later, it went through a series of dealerships. But as we know it today, it is Jaguar and Land Rover. And over the years, we had other auto dealerships that were downtown as well. But many of them, and most of them, I might say, chose to exit downtown and to move up north, where the population was growing, especially some of those folks that had the available funds to purchase cars. But the Heron family remained steadfast in downtown Fresno. And for that, I am grateful. And they have not only remained downtown and gone through many of the ups and downs of the economy over the years with the recession and COVID, but they've excelled. And excelled to the point where they built a two-story facility downtown that is absolutely beautiful. And unfortunately, they have sold that business as of late, and that's why we're recognizing them today. But they're still engaged and involved in downtown Fresno. And there will be an expansion downtown as well in the building of a new Volvo dealership as well. And so we're very, very proud with that. And I'm grateful. And so as we stand here today, I hope that everyone will appreciate and celebrate and demonstrate our appreciation for the Heron family for their relentless success in downtown Fresno. And with that, I'll have I think I'll open it up if who wants to, Randy or Jim? One of you want to? You okay?
Appreciate this, Mayor, council members, council president, city citizens that are here with us today too. It's been a long journey from riding my bicycle down to the main public library when I was 10 years old to today. So you capsulized it, Mayor. I appreciated that. You capsulized the elevator version of our history, but you hit it right on the head, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the recognition. We're always going to be downtowners. I don't think that's going to change. We still own some properties downtown, and we're certainly here to assist with our wisdom and knowledge and our thoughts. So again, thank you for the proclamation. We greatly appreciate it. Did you want to say anything, Hillary?
Thank you for the recognition.
Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Clerk, if you'd please read the proclamation.
Whereas, for 78 years, the family-owned Heron Jaguar Land Rover dealership has been a downtown Fresno staple, serving multiple generations of residents across the San Joaquin Valley. And whereas, Heron Jaguar has been located at the same 2.5-acre Ventura Street location since 1945, when Charles Heron Sr. first started a mechanics business, shortening his Armenian last name from Haruthian because he said it was the only way he could get a business license. And whereas, initially a service facility, the Heron business over time became a dealership, selling brands like Alfa Romeo, MG, Standard, Triumph, Fiat, and eventually evolved to become a Jaguar and Land Rover luxury auto dealer with a reputation for excellence and quality. And whereas, while other automotive dealerships moved north along the city's population and bigger lots to display cars, Heron could easily have joined the exodus from the downtown core. Instead, they remained committed to downtown Fresno, moving in 2018 into a newly constructed two-story building encased in glass with dramatic 60-foot photos of Yosemite proudly displayed inside. And whereas multiple generations of Heron family have for decades remained invested in downtown Fresno, not only becoming the vanguard of its rebirth, but also a symbol of a steadfast and successful Fresno business that is clearly evident with its successful sale and passing of torch to new ownership. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, January 11th, 2024 to be Heron Family Legacy Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations. All right, council colleagues, at this time, we're going to move on to city council member reports and comments. We're going to start numerically with council member Maxwell.
I just have one quick announcement. One of the folks that we partner with regularly, at least in my office, and I think several other offices, is the Maddie Institute through Fresno State. It's a nonpartisan institution that helps connect young Fresno State students to elected officials and government bodies. We've had an intern, I think, every semester that we've been in office from the Maddie Institute come and work with us, and they've always been very bright, very exceptional. A lot of them work for state senators, some even for congressional members. It's a great opportunity, and I did want to take a minute to congratulate Blake Zonte. He will be the new executive director of the Maddie Institute. They just announced it yesterday. An exceptionally bright individual who I think will be the leader that institute needs going into the next decade. So congratulations to Blake Zonte, and that was my only remark, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Perea. Just a couple of things. I want to thank the mayor for unveiling the pothole strike team yesterday. We did a press conference in District 5 to kind of kick off the work that those crews will be doing throughout the city. And I would encourage folks, if they see a pothole, to please turn them into the Fresno app. We have the capacity to respond now within 24 hours rather than the 72. Couple of quick things. I want to thank our resident, Mr. Ruben Omras. Some of you probably saw the video of that intersection where he was almost hit. I'm currently working with our staff, Scott Mosier, city manager, to ensure we get some pedestrian safety mechanisms in place. City manager, I think I forwarded you a couple of the videos, so I'll be forwarding you some more that residents have turned in, so we can do that thorough analysis. But just wanted to flag that for folks that were emailing my office. And then on that note, we also have, let me see here, quite a bit of post mail theft going on in the district. Our Fresno Southeast Policing District office is aware of that, but we're also working with Congressman Costa's office with our postal police folks. For whatever reason, they're targeting these mailboxes that are stationary, not at the actual physical address, and we will be having a gathering with the residents to address that issue. And then other than that, I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. Look forward to working with you, Council President Perea, Vice President Carbasi, with the work that you folks will be doing. And I know we'll be getting ready to have a mid-year budget conversation, so looking forward to that. Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefield. Nothing to report. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Happy New Year to everyone here at City Hall and throughout the city. Not too much to report out, but did have the pleasure of attending the Hmong New Year celebration at the Fresno Fairgrounds several weeks ago. It's always great to join our Hmong brothers and sisters in their celebration. And also want to invite folks out to our school area team outreach event at Ewing Elementary. Join my office. We'll be there January 18th from 1:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. So that's I'll keep my remarks brief for the first meeting. Thank you, Council President.
All right, Vice President Carbasi.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, Happy New Year to everyone. I hope you all had a good and safe holiday. I want to provide an update regarding Audubon and Del Mar, the traffic signal out there. It's still on schedule. You'll see them performing work out there, and it should be complete, hopefully, by April 29th, and that'll be a great spring break gift for the community. Long time coming. I also want to join Council Member Maxwell in congratulating Blake Zanti for becoming the new director at the Maddie Institute, and thanking Dr. Kepler for his many years of great service to this community to encourage proper civil discourse so we can move this community forward. On that note, remember, Council President, I'm going to still say Council President, used to it. I just want to thank you for your comments. I want to thank you for your confidence. That is, what you said is completely mutual. It's very rare to have friends in this business, but we are friends. And the great thing is we can disagree, and I actually think that makes us stronger because we never part ways if we disagree on something. And a lot of times we agree on things too. You have done a really great job. You could have taken this in a very different direction. You took this in a direction to really focus on GSD, getting stuff done. And I think we've had a lot of success this year moving things forward as reflected by all the things we've done this year. So great job. And to your staff, Laura, thank you so much. And to all your staff members, they've done a great job. Thank you. I mean it. Thank you. And then Council President Perea, I want to thank you so much. It's been fun working with you this year. I mean, the entire mood of the council, everything's just, it's been refreshing. And I'm really excited to partner with you and to be your backup and support you this year and whatever you need. And you're going to do great, Madam President. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. GSD, getting stuff done. All right. Councilmember Arias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Speaking of getting stuff done, a couple of thank yous to the administration and the transportation folks for accommodating us with the use of the trolleys. This last week, we had given tours to the several dozen dual immersion teachers at Fresno Unified who wanted to get a understanding of the historic nature of the city of Fresno as they go into teaching at Fresno Unified or dual immersion students. So it was a great, your driver trainee did an amazing job. So thank you, and I appreciate the help on the trolley. Again, thanks Public Works for starting the project on Clinton and Valentine, the reconstruction of that intersection and the safe routes to school. We did notice that residents have begun to remove the barriers from the intersection just to cut through the roadway. So just a heads up to Public Works to ensure that they keep their employees safe. But and to the police department, residents are actively removing barriers, even though it's an active construction site. I've recorded a video and sent a message out to residents asking them not to do that. But you know, folks try to just cut through the roadway the easiest way possible. In the new West Fresno campus, the vocational portion of the campus that has been under construction for a year is finally complete, and students start using it this week. There'll be an official ribbon cutting in a couple of weeks. But thank you to State Center and getting all their equipment. It is the largest vocational training facility west of the Mississippi, and it's going to be in the forefront of EV training for mechanics. So we'll be able to train mechanics to maintain and fix EV cars, EV trucks, and former diesel trucks going to electric. So thank you for that. And then just a last note, as I've mentioned to the administration and the mayor, we're starting to see a lot more open fires in the residential neighborhoods. I know we've had communications with police and fire department on how to address that. But what we're seeing now is even though the warming centers are open, folks are choosing not to enter the warming center, instead set up a residential fire on city sidewalks and city streets, and they're starting to burn toxic materials like tires and use oil, which is all ending up in the air heating system of the nearby homes. So I know we're working on a plan to address it, but I just want to remind the unhoused community, as we open up these warming centers, we would hope that you would use them. If you choose not to use them, engaging in open fire is not allowed in the city, and it does create a health detriment to many of our elderly who are living next door in these neighborhoods. So thank you for the work, and I'll look forward to seeing the results of police and fire addressing those in the next coming weeks. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. I just want to take a time and wish everyone a Happy New Year. Welcome back to the council chambers. Also want to thank Dr. Tao and the Hmong New Year Committee for the invitation to be a part of this year's welcoming celebration of the New Year. And then just want to give kudos to our Public Works team. You guys continuously are working hard in our district to make sure that a number of our District 1 projects remain on time and on budget, so thank you for that. And then just a shout out to our Parks Department as well. We will be doing a grand opening for the new Van Ness and Weldon Park soon in the next couple of months, and so stay tuned for that date. And then my family was here earlier. I didn't get a chance to shout them out, but I do just want to give a shout out to my fiance who's in the audience. I won't point her out. But just want to acknowledge her and my stepson, Micah, and thank you all for being here. I could not do this job without your unconditional love and support, so thank you for everything you do to help make my job here successful. At this time, City Manager, do you have any comments? All right, we're going to start with the mayor first. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, Council President, and I want to really just start off saying a special thank you to former Council President Tyler Maxwell, who I thought led this council through a very good year, and I'll always remember it. And I want to say thank you, Tyler, for the work that you have done and the relationship that you established with me and we established with each other, relationship of trust, as well as the administration. It was a great year, a really good year. A lot of good things happened as a result of your leadership in this council and the administration. And so congratulations. Thank you for representing this city in such a professional manner. Thank you. And congratulations to our new council president, Annalisa Perea, and Vice President Mike Carbasi. I know that both of you are going to do a great job. I'm looking forward to working with you this coming year as perhaps we start approaching maybe not the best fiscal time as we see in the future, but Annalisa, I know that we've had a long history, and you are the right person at the right time for this position, and I look forward to working with you this coming year, as well as you, Mike. Thank you. I want to echo some of the things that Councilmember Chavez spoke about on our new pothole elimination crew, as Councilmember Carbasi had termed it. And it really is something that is unique to the city, because we have never had dedicated pothole crews in our city. We've always shifted them during the winter months to filling potholes with cold asphalt. And thanks to this council support and this fiscal year, we were able to add 5 positions plus equipment. And now we're doing pothole repair on a year-round basis, on a proactive manner as well as a reactive manner through the Fresno application. And as we saw yesterday, in terms of how these potholes are being filled today, now with this new team and new process, it's going to prevent repeat calls. Because with the hot asphalt approach, they go in and they remove the failed material repair the base, put in hot asphalt, and then use a steel roller to go over it. And instead of it lasting 3 to 4 weeks, it will now last somewhere between 10 and 20 years. So we won't have the repeat calls to the same locations. Very, very proud of that, and look forward to, hopefully, if opportunity arises, to expanding that team in the future. We also be participating in a number of 2 marches, Martin Luther King marches on Monday, and as well as the award ceremony on Friday. I have the privilege of introducing the speaker. And then also Beautify Fresno is going to be doing a cleanup on Monday, and it is going to be in the afternoon following the march, making sure that our city is kept clean downtown. And lastly, actually Tuesday, I'll be leaving to Washington, D.C. as part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I'll be coming back Saturday, and then Friday we'll be having a trip to the White House to visit with some officials. So thank you very much. Happy New Year. We're going to have a great year in 2024. Thank you.
That's right, Mayor. Thank you. City Manager?
Yes. Thank you, Council President. Looking forward to working with you, Council President, and Council Vice President Carbasi in the new year. I want to say welcome to my new seatmate, Councilmember Chavez, and I told him he has a very grave responsibility. As you all know, up on the dais, I'm hearing impaired, and his main job is to be my hard of hearing interpreter when I constantly lean over and say, "What'd they say? What'd they say? What'd they say?" So thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for standing up to the duty. Just really quickly, I know we're going to be coming to you in February on the Animal Center, but I just wanted to give a couple quick updates on progress we've made at the Animal Center thus far since we have reduced intake. I'm happy to report that we are getting animals out. Last I checked, I believe we had less than 10 adoptable cats in our care, which is amazing because we were in the hundreds range. We have greatly reduced our dog population, and that is amazing. We have hired a vet. Stay tuned for an announcement coming out here this week. So we do have a vet on staff now. I want to say thank you to the rescues who have stepped up in a tremendous way, whether it be on the cat side, Fresno TNR, who have been at the center and have been amazing, Mel's Mutts, California Spay and Neuter. As I shared with you in December, I have issued vendor checks to, I believe, 3 vet hospitals. The rescues thus far on their own have been able to do 51 spay and neuters in 3 weeks. We have had Animal Balance here who did 200 spay and neuters in December and 200 in January. So we are making progress. We have been able to bring staff on board. We do have a grant program, Councilmember Chavez, for rescues that are out on the street right now for our rescues, our nonprofit rescues, to be able to get some relief since they have had to step up in a greater way. So like I said, we'll be back to you more formally, but I did want to let you know that we are making progress and in a positive way. So that's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk, do you have any comments?
Real quick, we do have a few board and commission openings. I'd like to highlight the Civil Service Board. If you're interested in serving on that board, you can visit fresno.gov/city clerk and click on the boards and commissions link right there. And as always, don't forget to register to vote. You can check your voter registration status at voterstatus.sos.ca.gov. That's all I have today.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney, any comments?
Yes. Yesterday, the City Attorney's Office Code Enforcement Division, FPD, and the State of California Department of Cannabis Control jointly served a search warrant at Grow More Garden Supply, a warehouse operating as a garden distribution center in Fresno. A total of 811 unlicensed marijuana plants and hundreds of pounds of illegal cannabis were seized. The warehouse was electrically compromised, resulting in PG&E having to shut off their power, among other code violations, including unpermitted modifications. This case will fall under the Cannabis Administrative Prosecution Program that this council authorized last year. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, we're going to move to our scheduled hearing items. These are our timed items. As a reminder, the 10 a.m. file ID number 2412 was tabled until February 1st. And so at this time, we're going to start with our 10:05 item. This is a hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of excess public street right-of-way on the northeast side of North Weber Avenue, northwest of West Herndon Avenue in District 2. Councilmember Karbasi, did you want a presentation on this from staff?
No, the public staff report had plenty of information, and we're talking about only 750 square feet. So I'm happy to make a motion this time.
Speaking to your...
No. The public staff report has plenty of information. It's only 750 square feet. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, so I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, let me take it out to public comment first. Is there any members of the public who wish to make public comment on timed item 10:05 a.m.? See none. Is there anybody online, Brianna?
Yes, we have Carmi. Karim.
All right, you'll have 3 minutes.
Karim. You're on mute. There you go.
Oh, I don't have anything to say about that, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll close public comment and bring it up to the dais. Is there a motion?
Sorry, I think we had one more public comment on that. It's the Flores.
Yes, unfortunately, her hand is not able to be raised, so let me... Okay, Lisa, you're on mute.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, we're having a problem with this system that every time I go to a public City of Fresno meeting, I can't raise my hand. So you guys really need to fix your system because I'm thinking it's personal. My one question about this project, this release of this land, is has it been assessed for what other city uses it could have been used for? For example, could it be used for a lot to park homeless cars overnight, like a safe space for the homeless that have vehicles that they could all park, like a safe lot? Has it been assessed for those sorts of uses before you start, giving up land? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Okay. If you'd like to make a public comment, please come to the mic up front. This is on the 10 a.m. item, which is the vacation of a portion of excess public street right-of-way in District 2. Just please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. This is for the 10:05 item.
Yeah, Bob McCloskey, Fresno Alliance, and Fresno Homeless Union. I'm not sure if my statement applies to this piece of land, but 2 years ago, the state gave the city $5 million. The city allocated another $5 million for a total of $10 million to establish a tiny home village for 50 tiny homes to serve 100 people. We have elderly, we have disabled, we have folks out on the street. I don't know what this piece of land means, but to Lisa's comment earlier about a safe lot, what about the tiny home village? When's that going to happen? It's just a bunch of lip service. The mayor promised me 2 years ago they'd get that going. It hasn't happened. We're in a crisis, people. And if you could answer my question of whether or not this land may apply to establishment of a tiny home village, that'd be great.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no further members of the public wishing to speak on this item, I will close the public comment period and bring it back up to the dais. Would you like to make a motion?
I would. I just want to clarify, we're talking about 750 total square feet. It's a very, very small piece of property. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Up next is the 10 a.m. number 2 item. This is a hearing to consider text amendment application 23-02808 and the related environmental findings.
Rob Holt, City of Fresno Planning Department, Supervising Planner. Staff has no changes to the staff report. A verbal presentation is available if desired. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
This is item 1010 number 2.
This is the 1010 number 2 item, and I think the question from staff is, do you want them to make a presentation?
No presentation needed. Okay.
Be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open it up for the public hearing. Does any member of the public wish to speak on the 1010 number 2 item? Seeing none. Brianna, do we have anyone online?
No, not at this time.
Okay, so we have, this is for 1010 a.m., number 2. Council, any comments, or would someone like to make a motion?
I do have a question, Council President.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Staff, can you in layman's term explain to me what approval of this item would result in for
Absolutely.
the purpose of the general public's benefit?
Absolutely. So currently, our code allows for if a subdivision map is approved, the appeal filing date for hearings is 30 days from approval. Anyone can appeal that. That has been changed now with the subdivision map act back in 2021 to 45 days. This is just a local code cleanup to be consistent with the map act to change the appeal date to be heard from 30 to 45 days.
And the MAP Act is a state law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Arias and a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. At this time, we do have a 10:20 a.m. scheduled communication. This is an appearance by Jorge Zavala to discuss City of Fresno failure to support, assist, and accommodate disability rights. District 4 resident. Mr. Zavala, are you with us today? Is he online by chance, Brianna?
No, Council President, I do not see him online.
Okay, so next we have a 10:25 scheduled appearance by Ana Rodriguez to discuss mail and identity theft in the City of Fresno, District 5 resident. Is Ms. Rodriguez with us in the audience today? Brianna, do you see Ana Rodriguez online?
No.
Okay. All right. I believe those are all of our timed items. So at this time, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. So at this time, we are going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session items. If any member of the public would like to speak, please fill out a card and bring it to the front at this time. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. The plan at this time, folks, is we're going to take as much public comment as possible. And then at noon, we're going to break for lunch. We will come back at 1:30 and finish any remaining public comment we have at that time. So at first, we have Zara. Is Zara here? Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Zara. I'm a Fresno County resident. I'm a teacher. I'm a Fresno State alumni. I'm here for Palestine. I'm here for Gaza. I'm here to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. A quick special thank you to Councilmember Miguel Arias. Muchas gracias for the flag raising. I'm not Palestinian. I'm Native. I'm Middle Eastern. I'm Hispanic. But my heart is Palestinian. In the history of war crimes, genocide is regarded as one of the most grave crimes against humanity. Today, at the International Court of Justice, South Africa, along with other nations, hold Israel accountable for the war crimes and genocide against the Palestinian people. There is no denying that a genocide is happening right now and is funded by us, the United States of America. What is the solution? A ceasefire now. Cease sending military aid to Israel. Money. Money talks. We all work. We all want money, right? A minimum of $3.8 billion is sent from our tax money to Israel every year. Our money is used to kill Palestinians. Our money is aiding a genocide. Have we not learned? Genocide is wrong. I want to remind you of the Armenian genocide. We had a monument built for them on Fresno State campus. You can go visit it. What about the Cambodian genocide? California is home to the largest population of the Cambodians in the United States. About 6,000 live in Fresno. Will we build the Palestinians a monument as we did the Armenians? Will we allow the few Palestinians that managed to survive to immigrate and live in Fresno as we did the Cambodians? We, Fresno, honor those that died. But what about the Palestinian people? What about the current tragedy that's happening in front of our eyes? Do you remember Hiroshima? Do you remember Nagasaki? Say no to the bombing of innocent civilians. What about the war in Vietnam? Say no more wars for geopolitical interest. Fresno has historically been a refugee safe haven. Fresno is home to the second largest population of Hmong people in the United States, about 35,000. I ask you, are you going to stand by and do nothing to stop this genocide of the Palestinians? I implore you, stand with humanity. Stand with Palestine. Say no to genocide. Say yes to a permanent ceasefire. Stop military aid to Israel. End the occupation. Allow humanitarian aid to enter.
Thank you, Zara.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have James Rules. Good morning, James. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. It's Relas. My name is James Relas, he, him. I sent a letter to Todd, the county clerk, with the comment that I had sent. I didn't know if that came through, so I will read it. Dear esteemed members of the Fresno City Council, I trust this message finds you well. I'm reaching you as a concerned Fresno resident, deeply troubled by the ongoing conflict in Gaza. And I'm writing to urge you to take a stand by adopting a ceasefire resolution. It heartens me to see cities across our nation, including San Francisco, Oakland, Richmond, Chowdhury, Bridgeport, Wilmington, Atlanta, Georgia. Where am I at here? Atlanta, Georgia, Albany, Akron, Providence, coming together to address the situation in Gaza. They are exemplifying unity in advocating for a ceasefire and diplomatic resolution in the region. I believe Fresno, too, can contribute to this collective effort by adding its voice to those calling for an end of hostilities. While our city may not directly influence international affairs, and I doubt this will go very far, it is a symbolic act of support through a ceasefire resolution that will make a significant impact. History will remember where we are. History will remember what we do in these moments. I kindly request that the City Council of Fresno to consider and endorse a resolution urging an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. By doing so, we not only stand with other cities, other Americans who believe what is going on is a tragedy, and our commitment to our humanitarian, because we are all human here, right? We are human. So we need to at least accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Up next is Brandy N.
Thank you. I also am standing with my brothers and sisters to continue to ask for your partnership in the ceasefire resolution, stand with human rights and with other cities to help stop this. These are the 6,000 people killed in Gaza as of October 30th behind you. Since then, there is now 23,357. Thus, if we had all the names, it would be 4 times the amount that you see here. As has been said, places like South Africa, who experienced oppression, has been speaking out. Many of our Jewish community members have been arrested protesting because they do not want this happen in their names. The community and the world is crying out for justice, and we ask that you listen. Today is Human Trafficking Awareness Day among Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and I'm wearing my blue. I'm proud to be a founding member of the Justice Coalition. If this is important to you, I ask that you finally take action regarding Heart Team, where we have contributed to the vulnerability to trafficking. Becoming unhoused already increases the risk of being trafficked. What Heart and the city is doing is making them targets for traffickers. People are suffering the loss of their belongings because they dwell on public property because of Heart. They are being criminalized. When they are being arrested for resisting having their belongings taken. The California Homeless Youth Project states that as a result of the actions that Heart and the Sit, Lie, Sleep ban does, people are being forced away from safer areas where they know they can trust into areas where they are at further risk of sexual assault, exploitation, and forms of human trafficking, and taking away survivor supplies, plus including their work clothing, tools, and bicycles to be able to work, makes them increases a push factor towards being preyed upon by a trafficker. It also impedes the process of escaping homelessness and getting services as their belongings are taken. So I ask that you take action on that this Human Trafficking Awareness Day. I also ask that you keep the warming centers open continuously. I sent you an email, but continuity is important, not only because the weather is harmful, even in the 40s, especially with the rain last night, but because people need continuity. People showed up at the centers Tuesday night, and were calling me for rides last night because they assume. Because when they are told that there is a place to get out of the cold and are spraying the word, the idea of it closing and reopening is confusing and illogical. People aren't seeing it that it is cold open these days. They are seeing, why are they closing again when we're cold? And the community at large is expressing the same idea. There's a need for reliability in the city to save lives and to know that they can depend on the city of Fresno. Being open increases the number of people who will be protected from the cold, and also that they would be able to have access of services from the Provarella House, because now we have navigators that can go to them. So please keep the warming, listen to the community and keep the warming centers open, and also listen to our community members here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Up next, Shar Thompson.
Hi there. Good morning, Mayor Dyer, city staff, and council. First off, Happy New Year. Welcome to 2024. I'm hoping everyone was able to stay warm in the cold city we reside in, and that folks were blessed with joy and peace during the holidays. I'm Shar Thompson. I'm the Central Valley Regional Coordinator with Tenants Together and a District 3 resident. I'm here today to stand up and say it's pretty ridiculous that we're going to allow more than 0.05% of our population to receive an illegal rent increase from one corporate landlord. This last month, JD Homes provided rent increases to their tenants in excess of the statewide rent cap. I guess more than 3,000 homes and families with young children will have to suffer again because rent control and rent board hasn't been enforced. Hi, Bryce. The cap is actually 8.5 and not 10%. Let's make sure that we're following that. Fresno Superior Court needs to prep for this because this wave of evictions is coming really fast. I was watching old videos about habitability ordinance and that were on ABC, and with all the work that code enforcement did and the members of the Fresno Tenants Union made progress on, these homes are still not up to standard. The program fees aren't working and habitability is not restored. Why aren't we putting the property into receivership and ensuring that tenants are receiving what they pay for? Why is it when you go to a store and pay for a gallon of milk, you get that gallon of milk? But in the rental market, you can't even get an eighth of what you're paying for when it comes to the California Code for habitability in Fresno. Mayor Dyer and council, this year is the year for some of you to leave behind and move forward in your careers as politicians. What legacy do you leave us with? With a city that is in business of manufacturing homelessness, or a city that is actually preventing the crisis? Let's get out of piloting programs and start implementing ordinances. In 2025, we lose all tenant protections with none implemented from the Tenant Protection Act. Tenants who have qualified for anti-displacement assistance, the city or landlords have never paid. Landlords are telling people to pay increases versus representing them in court because it's easier to close out a case versus represent them through our eviction protection program. I know that many complexes are still dealing with vermin and pests, including mine. And I know that at my complex specifically, the walkway that the landlord was fined for not pulling the permit, well, guess what? Someone fell through that walkway. And then the landlord said, oh, well, I'll just take it off the rent for next month. Well, go figure. We're letting landlords get away with it again. Let's start implementing protections that are actually going to be enforced, because what we're doing in the city is completely bad business. We're putting people out on the street and just putting them into shelters, then they're going right back and doing the same thing over and over. We're wasting our money. I'm sick of tired of having to settle and deal when we definitely, as a city, deserve better. I look forward to meeting with you all and start working through solutions versus slapping Band-Aids on problems. Together, we all can make a city truly one Fresno. Have a great day.
Thank you, Shar. Up next, we have David Willis. Good morning, David. You have 3 minutes.
I don't see Mr. Jantz this morning. Is he retired? Are you taking his place? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm David Willis from La Hacienda Mobile Estates, formerly Trails and Mobile Home Park, 104 East Sierra Avenue, Fresno, California. I am here to strongly urge you to file an injunction preventing Harmony from closing our park. Even though you rejected their conversion impact report on November 6th, submitted by Harmony Communities to close the park, they continue with their plan to close the park. I mean, they're just disregarding you guys, man. These guys are incredible. Evidence of this plan to continue to close the park is that they are setting the evictions for trial super fast now. There is no time to wait. You must move equally fast and file that injunction to prevent them from closing the park. They are just ignoring your rejection of their conversion impact report on November 16, 2023. Once you file that injunction, Harmony will be scrambling around trying to find some loophole to avoid being prevented from shutting down the park. That's the kind of people they are. Their rush to set the evictions trial super fast will be slowed considerably, as they will have a new force to contend with, the city of Fresno. Yeah. Make no mistake, Matt Davies has only one agenda: remove everybody from the park and sell a vacant lot for $4.1 million. What a merciless tyrant. So please, do your thing, man. These guys need help.
Thank you, David.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Kim Sands. Kim, good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning and Happy New Year to all of you, and congratulations. Hi, council members, and I'm Kim Sands from La Hacienda Mobile Estates, formerly Trails and Home Park, 104 Sierra. I'm in Space 26, and I recently had a fire December 13th. So for me, my journey through these past 5 years, since September 5th, 2018, I moved from Rhode Island back to Fresno after 30 years of being away. I came back here to be near family, my crazy favorite uncle. My first year took a lot of getting used to. I had neighbors next to me that had heavy traffic all day and night. During that year or so, I had a lot of disrespect from them. My first Schwinn Town and Country 1968 three-wheeler was stolen right out of my carport. Anything I found out that wasn't nailed down, screwed down, or glued down, you know the rest. I'll get to the most important thing for me is here and now. Harmony Corporation and Matt Davies need to be stopped from closing the park. You, the City Council, did not accept the CIR Conversion Impact Report, 700 pages of BS they turned in. Matt Davies was over Zoom when the lawyer Dilday was here in Fresno representing Harmony and Davies about rent increase. You stopped them from doubling or tripling the rent for the low-income elderly and disabled tenants, single moms, etc. Thank you for doing that. Now, Matt Davies was heard saying over Zoom, I don't care what the vote is, I'm still closing the park. So he has continued to be belligerent and disregarding your authority. He clearly has lied from day one to you, the city, and all of us, the tenants of La Hacienda. We had a community meeting with Harmony staff, Piers Harper and Deborah from Wesco, a financial company. It was a Q&A. They wanted to know our concerns as to what we need help with to make it a safe and happy, healthy place for us to live. They lied about that too. They took our concerns and our questions, never gave us answers, but instead they used it against us. And as soon as they took over on October 6, 2022, they delivered 27 evictions. And we never got any answers. They got rid of the squatting homeless and all the riffraff shopping carts, etc. Kudos for that. That's the only positive thing they did. They lied to you and the city, to us. We never knew what phase they were on. There was positively no communication between us, the tenants. Every day the Harmony workers showed up, we would all worry and wonder who they were going to pounce on, attack, tear down parts of people's homes, and tear down fences, etc. Then living right next to the mobile office, I would hear phone conversations about laughter and what they were doing and how the people reacted when they just showed up on people's properties. All the laughter and demolition noise literally made me sick every day. No one on the office staff or worker crew even used the office when they were on the phone. They would pace up and down next to me in the lot or in front of my kitchen windows, and all the harassment and inhumaneness, no regard for family or lives of people, putting the elderly, handicapped, disabled seniors like Patsy Carter and her husband John, who is disabled also. She takes care of him as well as herself. If she is evicted, it would be irreparable damage to her life, financially, physically, and emotionally. Very inhumane. They are unable to find a place to relocate, so what do? Me, I had a fire. I'm homeless now, but I have a roof over my head because of my uncle. So Matt Davies and Harmony need to be stopped. You need the conversion report. You need to just stop them. They're just evicting people. Stop the evictions
Thank you, Kim.
now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, so at this time, we're going to move on to Fernando Elizondo. Good morning, Fernando. You have 3 minutes.
Buenos dias. The Lord is my strength and my defense, like I say. I stand on that. I'm a God-fearing man, and you should be too. And you will before this life is over. We are headed for a crisis that is, as Jesus said, it is written. We are coming to the end of the system which is causing all these problems. Code enforcement. I had a run-in with them. I changed their name. They're called color code extortion. That's what they are. And methodically, that's how these people function. But the Lord has the power and the last say. And no matter what you think or what title you carry on, you're not nobody. You're not nobody. You're just somebody that's greedy, wants money, a new suit, a new Maserati. These people are mentally ill. They're narcissists. They don't care about nobody but themselves. Those of you that fit the shoe, wear it. Today we have a problem. Nobody listens. Artificial intelligence is coming. It's for those that don't have their own common sense. They can't make their own decisions. That's what common sense. People, we call them stupid. Paul Revere in 1775 delivered a message. He said the British are coming. Well, my name's not Paul Revere. My name is Paul Elizondo. And the message I have to deliver is the Latinos are coming. They're already all the way up to New York. Amen.
Thank you, Fernando. Up next, we have Allah Shah. Is it Aliyah? Aliyah. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aliyah Shath. I'm a resident in Fresno County. I'm here to speak to you all today about what is going on in Palestine. I am half Mexican and half Palestinian. My father immigrated when he was 18. His family is now in Gaza, and I still have my family there. So I'm just here to speak to you about what is going on. I know many of you see what's going on in the news, but I would like to speak to you about what my family is personally experiencing. I have my grandma who was there, my aunt, my uncle. I have several cousins. My cousin's father-in-law, he was one of the only kidney doctors in Gaza, and his whole family was murdered for the sake of that. He was a doctor, and he refused to leave Al-Shifa hospital. I have had an extended family member of 2 years old who was murdered. My family is currently living in basically an area of 4 walls. They have gotten sick from the lack of clean water and food, lack of medication, and there's basically nothing we can do. So we're asking for a ceasefire, for aid to get through. I have little cousins who haven't eaten well meals for the past 3 months, and one of our uncles was able to go visit them and he found cookies at a grocery store, and they got excited that they got cookies. These are little children who should be going to school, who should be learning, who should be getting a career just like all of us here. And it breaks my heart that I have a different experience just because I was lucky enough to be born in a different country and they were born there. These are innocent people who did nothing, who honestly just on a random day, all of a sudden they started bombing their homes. My cousin, their home was bombed on the first day, and they've been moving from house to house. And we need a ceasefire. Too many people have died. It's crazy to me that I have to say that almost 30,000 people have died and so many people are injured, and it's just horrendous situations, and so we need this to end. We need a ceasefire. We need humanitarian aid in for these people to be able to essentially be healthy, build their life again, and we need an end to the killing of these innocent people. Thank you.
Thank you, Aliyah. I just want to remind folks, too, for those of you who have signs, just to be considerate of those behind you, so keep the signs down. That way you're not obstructing the views of those behind you. Up next, we have Miss 5250.
Yes, my name is Lyd Owens. Miss 5250 on YouTube. I'm a resident of District 3. The dog park at Roding Park still has no water. I understand that Miguel Arias did attend the grand opening. Did the water work that day? I can't hear you. Anyway,
The water fountain in Dog Park was vandalized, so the city's repairing it for the second time.
I have been there. I have not seen it vandalized. Neither one works or has worked since November. The people here that are protesting or representing Palestine, this could have all been avoided. Jerry Dyer, who is never here during public comments, rarely here during public comments, should have known better than to promote violence against anyone. And he's accusing people of sanctioning killing babies. That's ridiculous. Why not from the very beginning are we not opposing violence and requesting a ceasefire from day one instead of all of this back and forth nonsense? If you look, the devastation over there is worse than the atomic bombs that we dropped. Now, as to this council, number one, I just discovered, although I guess it's public knowledge, that Tyler Maxwell said that he was not going to take any money from the Fresno Police Officers Association, and yet he took their maximum amount. Now, does that mean that he recused himself from anything regarding any votes regarding the police officers? I don't think he did. And I think that it's a problem. This council seems to be very flexible on rules like the naming of historic buildings. We name them after a very controversial police chief, chiefdyer.com, that, is a possible rapist, possible murderer. But, that, and also the reports that he did, the Fresno Police Department surveys that were were taken off the website after he announced that he was running for mayor, that showcased his poor leadership and all the scandals that were during his tenure. Absolute corruption. And I find it very interesting that the man that campaigned against Measure P is basically in charge of the committee that is deciding where the money goes. That's just crazy.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Rebecca Nattenberg. Good morning, Rebecca. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Fresno born, however, I haven't lived here in a very long time. I drove down from the Bay Area yesterday to send a message to Fresno City Council, specifically to support a resolution for ceasefire. The reason being is that my Jewish lineage immigrated to the United States, escaping a violent fascist regime in Europe, and eventually chose Fresno as their home. Fresno has a special place in my heart because the city has historically been a refuge for many marginalized people. If my papa was alive today, he would urge me to take a stand and make my voice heard. Fresno, you are home to a prevalent Palestinian population. I urge you to listen to your constituents and support a resolution for ceasefire. I firmly believe this resolution needs to be passed to reaffirm not only the safety of the Arab and Muslim members of the community, but also the Jewish members of the community, as the actions of the Israeli government don't reflect our anti-fascist Jewish values. Fresno, we trust that you will follow the lead of Richmond, Oakland, and San Francisco to be on the right side of history and support this resolution. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Melanie Solis.
Hello, my name is Melanie Solis. I am a constituent and resident of District 7. Today, alongside fellow community members, I urge you to unite with other cities across the United States in swiftly adopting a resolution for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed, and tragically, nearly half of them are children. They're not just numbers, they're real people with lives that matter. Here are just 2 examples of all of the lives that are being lost every day. Hamza Kader, after missing for more than 20 days, Hamza was found dead on the side of the road, killed by Israeli occupation forces. Hamza was a newlywed who had barely started his life. His family found his body on December 30, 2023. The Hani family. 12 members of the Hani family were killed on December 30, 2023, while attempting to flee to the south. Ceasefire now.
Thank you, Melanie. Up next is Jocelyn Ramirez. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jocelyn Ramirez. I am a resident of District 1. Today I will be presenting the stories of those killed in the ongoing genocide happening in Palestine. Leah Radid. Leah Radid was the daughter of Asma Jamal Naim. She was killed in the Naim family massacre, while her mother, Asma, is critically injured, as is her older sister, Rima, with a cracked skull. May she rest in paradise, and may her mother and sister make a full recovery. Shema Jamal Naim. Shema was a doctor and had the only Quran memorized. She was killed by Israel in the Naim family massacre alongside her son Tyser. They are seen here celebrating his first and last birthday. May they rest in paradise. Hisham Alwan. Hisham was a 6-year-old boy who loved going to school and playing with friends. All that changed in a blink of an eye when the aggression occurred. He was always so scared in his mom's lap, frightened by the sound of the bombs. An Israeli sniper killed Hisham Alwan in front of his injured mother, Isra al-Barsh, near Rafah School, north of the Gaza Strip on December 23, 2023. Rami Badir. Journalist Rami Badir, along with 2 colleagues from the Civil Defense Service, lost their lives while attempting to rescue fellow journalist Samir Abu Dag. This tragic event unfolded as the IOF bombed the center of Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip. They were all paramedics and they were killed on December 15, 2023, while trying to assist an injured friend. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Mia Bulnes. Good morning, Mia. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Muy buenas tardes. Yo soy hondureña. Yo soy una persona orgullosa de mi cultura, orgullosa de mis raíces, orgullosa de quién soy. Hoy vengo a hablar por el pueblo de Palestina. Así como yo soy orgullosa de quién soy y de quién
Mia, just 1
represento.
second. We're going to get a translator up here. And you'll have 6 minutes total.
Muy buenos días. Yo soy Mia Bulnes, soy una hondureña.
Good morning, my name is Mia Bulnes. I am from Honduras.
Orgullosa de quién soy. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my culture. Sorry for my English. I'm trying, you know. Okay. Así como yo represento a mi cultura y estoy tan orgullosa aquí en Fresno de quién soy.
How I represent my culture and I'm so proud of who I am.
Puedo decir como el pueblo de Palestina. Yo vivo con palestinos. Mi padre, mi madre, ellos no pueden estar aquí para cuidarme.
I am together with and in conjunction with the town of Palestine, like my parents. They can't be here to take care of me.
Ellos son inmigrantes. Mis padres actualmente viven en Honduras.
My parents are immigrant. Right now they live in Honduras.
So, las personas que tuvieron el corazón de cuidarme son personas de Palestina y puedo decir, ellos son humanos como nosotros.
And the persons that had the heart to take care of me are people from Palestine, and they have a heart like us.
Ellos son humanos, ellos merecen ser felices, ellos merecen ser libres.
They are human, they deserve to be happy, they deserve to be free.
Así como desde octubre 7 ha pasado todo esto.
Ever since October the 7th that everything has happened,
he visto que nuestra comunidad y el mundo ha estado en silencio.
I've seen that our community and the world has been silent.
Y no han tomado acción.
And they haven't taken action.
Por eso pido el día de hoy a mis representantes, tenemos que hacer algo. ¿Cómo podemos quedarnos callados y no tomar acción cuando las personas están muriendo?
And that's why I asked my representatives not to stay quiet. How can we not take action when people are dying?
Tengo 17 años.
I have 17 years.
Tengo 17 años y no puedo imaginar a mi madre, a mi padre en los nombres. ¿Pueden ver todos los nombres de ahí? Son personas que han muerto.
And I cannot. I am 17 years old. And I cannot imagine seeing the names of my parents, of all the people that are there in the wall with all their names.
No puedo imaginarme a mi hermano de 9 años y a mi madre ahí, porque eso significaría que ellos murieron porque las personas, nadie quiso cuidarlos, nadie pudo protegerlos, ninguno de mis representantes pudo pararse y decir, nosotros vamos a protegerlos y vamos a cuidarlos. ¿Quiénes son ellos?
I cannot imagine my 9-year-old brother and my mother's name to be in that wall just because nobody wanted to protect them. None of my representatives were there to protect them.
We need a ceasefire. Lo ocupamos porque son personas, son como todos ustedes. Imagínense a sus familias en este caso. ¿Qué podrían hacer?
We need to stop the fire. Imagine they're like people like you all there. What can you do?
Son personas, son humanos, ellos merecen ser libres, merecen ser felices, merecen las mismas oportunidades que todos nosotros tenemos.
They're people, they're human, they deserve to be happy, they deserve to have the opportunity that we all have.
Y así como yo soy de Honduras y orgullosa de mi comunidad latina,
And like I'm from Honduras and I'm proud to be from the community,
también soy orgullosa de que las personas de Palestina tienen un corazón y son humanos y ellos merecen las mismas oportunidades. Estoy orgullosa de estar aquí el día de hoy y representarlos y estoy orgullosa de todo lo que ellos han hecho por mí también.
I'm also very proud to say that they are Palestinians with hearts and that they're here to represent us.
Es muy doloroso para mí ver padres y madres cargando los cuerpos de sus hijos en bolsas de plástico.
And it's very hard for me to see, and it's hurtful that I see parents having to carry their family members in plastic bags.
Solo tengo 17 años. Tendría que estar enfocada en mis estudios, lo cual estoy, pero también cómo voy a estar enfocada si las personas están muriendo día a día.
I'm 17 years old, and I know I should be just focused on my studies, which I am, but also how can I not be focused when I see people dying day to day?
Así que espero que todos ustedes puedan pensar en esto y piensen, ¿está bien que mi familia esté en uno de esos carteles?
And I just want to ask you guys to think about it, and would it be okay that also my family members their names would be on one of those boards up there?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Up next is Lori Garcia. Good morning, Lori. You have 3 minutes.
I'm here today to request that the city of Fresno join the great city of San Francisco and write a ceasefire resolution. I don't normally give attention to international matters, but as a retired educator and a single mother of 3, I could not turn my back on the faces of 12,000 dead children. Some have said that local government cannot influence national government, but I disagree. If cities across America stand up against the genocide, perhaps we can persuade the White House to stop funding these atrocities. The walls above you read, "In God we trust." Perhaps we have different faiths, but I believe that all higher beings would expect us to stand for others who are suffering. We've got to do the right thing. In my kindergarten classroom, I had one rule, and that was do the right thing. How do you know? You can feel it in your heart. You don't need your mom to stand there and tell you something is wrong. You can feel it if you listen. I'm Catholic, and I'd like to share what the leader, Pope Francis, said yesterday. Civilian victims of war are not collateral damage. They are men and women with names and surnames who lost their lives. They are children who are orphaned and deprived of their future. They are individuals who suffer from hunger, thirst, cold, and are left mutilated. If we were able to look each victim of war in the eye and learn something of their personal history, we would see war for what it is. War is nothing other than immense tragedy, a useless slaughter that offends the dignity of every person of this earth. And the first time that I cried, I feel pain every day when I see the images on Instagram of mothers grieving, fathers grieving, little brothers and sisters carrying dead siblings. But the very first time that I cried was when I joined the group here to write the names of 6,000 deceased martyrs. And I walked in that room, it was somber, not a word. And how could I not cry when I'm writing the names of children who are the same age as my kindergarten students? Just pages and pages. There's 32,000 of them. Do the right thing, City of Fresno. Stand by humanity. We are all Palestinian.
Thank you, Lori. Up next is Hanan Almaseh. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Maxwell, for last year. Congratulations for a new year, and hopefully we can be able to stand with humanity and be able to learn from the past. I'm not here to waste time or practice my freedom of speech. I'm here and proudly as celebrating and honoring Martin Luther King with all of you. I'm hoping we come to an agreement that the United States enforce some standard and not double standard and measure that brought us here to honor him and to stand against the Holocaust back in the day and the Armenian genocide, as mentioned before, to look at what is happening in the Middle East right now. We don't have to repeat mistakes and then cry about it later and admit it. We can admit it while it's happening and prevent it from continually happening. The genocide for the Jews, I claim, and history can claim, that they never had a safe home in the past different than the Middle East. The Middle East was always a safe place for them. They suffered from genocide in different countries, none of the Middle East countries. They lived peacefully over there. And I hope that means that we cannot claim Palestinian people as hatred. We cannot commit them when they defend their land or they defend their right to live under their sky, even while they don't have the right to the rain that God brought down to them. Israel claims that they have it, that the United States, that has always been very harsh, standing against any country that violate international laws, to stand against what is going on right now. It's the same thing. We don't have to double standard, we don't have to double measure, and Israel defending itself is right, but what about the people that are locked in an open-air prison for years and years and years, doesn't have no right, doesn't have no freedom? All those people are being killed, and I have to say, I'm very thankful for your comment last time before the end of the year when you finally mentioned Palestinian word, and you mentioned that you grieve over loss of civilian lives in Palestine as victim of a war. I don't believe, I disagree with you on that. I don't believe this is a war. It's not a war. There is no country, they don't have forces, and there is no war.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Up next is Jada Hussein. And please remember to keep the signs down low because we're blocking people behind you. Thank you. Up next is Jada Hussein. Jada, are you still with us? Is Jada online? No? Okay. We're going to move on to Haya Kutab. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning and Happy New Year. My name is Haya Kutab, and I'm a constituent and a resident of District 6. I hope you all enjoyed the holidays the past few weeks. I hope you spent it with your families and loved ones. During the past holiday season, there's been a genocide. People are being killed across the world. Since the last time we met last month, there has been an increase in 10,000 innocent lives killed. That puts the death toll around 30,000. 30,000 lives, 30,000 people, 30,000 family members, 30,000 loved ones. These are not numbers. We keep repeating and repeating and repeating the same exact matter. These are not numbers, these are people. These are human beings. Over 100 journalists have been killed. Over 500 healthcare workers have been either killed or injured. Over 12,000 children have been killed. 12,000 children. Let that sink in. 12,000 innocent children have been killed since October 7th. A delay in this matter is only increasing the amount of innocent people being killed. From one day to another, we can be saving hundreds of lives. The genocide has been going on for 96 days as of today. That's 4 days away from 100. 100 days of people being killed. Not to mention the cold weather. People are freezing to death, literally freezing from the weather conditions. Just think about the warming centers we have here in Fresno. They don't have warming centers. They are sleeping in tents. Speaking about warming centers, since I'm up here, I'd like to also address the warming centers in Fresno. Why do we only have them open when it's below 35 degrees? What about when it's 36 degrees or 37 degrees? If you don't care about the international matter, think about your citizens here in Fresno. Keep the warming centers open. Staying quiet on the matter of a genocide is only supporting the genocide. This is not a complicated matter. This did not start on October 7th. It started over 75 years ago in 96 days. It's a clear matter, and it's not complicated at all. And if you do think it's complicated, then please do your research. There have been many cities that have passed a resolution, with San Francisco being one of the most recent. Let us be next. Let Fresno be next. Let us be part of history. Let's make a difference. Let's pass a resolution and cease fire. From the river to the sea.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Grace Miller. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Grace Miller, and I'm a voter in District 1. First, I want to echo the calls to keep the warming centers open, even when it's above 35 degrees, to keep our unhoused neighbors warm and safe. And I'm also here to urge you to pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Palestine, following San Francisco's steps, as well as other cities across the country. I would like to share a quote from Palestinian journalist Bassam Ouda that she shared today. Bassam is a 25-year-old filmmaker and journalist living in Gaza who has been displaced several times since the beginning of Israel's attacks. She posted this morning. I've grown up 20 years over the past 97 days. I have seen all the horrors of this world. If I had read books about what is happening to us, I would not have believed it to be true. Our blood has flowed in the streets, and the bodies of our loved ones who were executed with their children have decomposed in the street. Our homes and cities were demolished and burned to the ground. We were besieged, starved, we ate tree leaves because of hunger, and we died because of hunger. We were expelled from our warm homes and lived in tents full of sickness. The world cannot change what happened, but it is possible to change the future for all of us. Stop this madness. Cease fire now. Now I would like to read some stories of several people who have been killed by Israel. One, her name is Reem Mahmoud Abu Daya. Reem's greatest fear was not death, but rather that she only be remembered as a number after being killed by Israeli aggression. She would often tell her friend Muhammad, "If I were martyred, write about me and tell the world about the dreams that I had. Tell them that a few months ago, I had LASIK surgery and began to see Gaza with my own 2 eyes. Tell them that I want to buy a camera to capture the beauty of Gaza." Reem Mahmoud Abu Daya is not just a number. She will be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Up next is Valeria Rodriguez. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Valeria Rodriguez. I am a mother and a parent and a longtime local organizer. I'm a constituent and resident of District 5. I am not Palestinian. I am first-generation Mexican-American with indigenous ancestry of the Purepecha people of Michoacan, Mexico. But today my heart is Palestinian. Alongside fellow community members, I urge you to unite with other cities across the U.S. in swiftly adopting a resolution for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Tens of thousands of innocent civilians have been killed, and tragically, nearly half of them are children. They aren't just numbers. They're real people with lives that matter. This is an example. Sakir al-Masari is 8 years old, the same age as my son. Sakir's cousin shared the following. Sakir was one of the kindest souls in my family. His last visit to Gaza during a family gathering, we bonded a lot with endless conversations. I said to his mother, Sakir is mine. He kept telling me to take pictures together. Sakir was going to fill up water with his dad to drink. He filled the water, but he didn't get a chance to drink it. Sakir was one of the many killed on October 10th, 2023, in al-Shadi camp massacre in Gaza. I urge you to pass a symbolic resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. And I also want to make a point to say that your dates of re-election and the higher positions that you are going for are public record, and we will not forget. From the river to the sea.
Thank you very much. Up next is Reza.
Thank you, Council President. I want to see our city lead, to be one of the cities that shows that it values life. I want our city to pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Palestine, no matter how much you think it doesn't matter, because it matters to your constituents. I want to talk to Vice President Mike Karbasi. On December 28th, you sat with media and you smiled when you said that you had no place getting involved in international affairs. I want to highlight a few times that have proven that you yourself don't believe that. And as I list them, I don't want you to get it twisted thinking that I think you did the wrong thing in those instances. I merely want to highlight where you have shown that you don't believe what you said on that day. On October 2020, you stood and you talked about the escalating conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and you held positions. So I ask, no business in international affairs? In July of 2021, you passed a resolution for the Fresno city of Fresno to honor the day as Ardashir Zahedi Day, an Iranian politician with no ties to Fresno. And yes, a politician of a contested government, but no business getting involved in international affairs. In October 2021, you pushed for and you passed a resolution for Shah Banu Pahlavi Day. And you said that she's not a political figure. Her title, brothers and sisters, is Empress. She absolutely was a political figure, but again, no business in international affairs. On April of 2022, you sponsored a day for the remembrance of the Armenian genocide, no international affairs. In November of 2022, you led an effort to pass a resolution against the Iranian government, probably the greatest example as you called out the violence of the Iranian state and made many other claims, but have no business getting involved in international affairs. 3 months ago, you stood and you declared your support for the state of Israel. Again, no connection to international affairs. Through the hypocrisy, so far 25,000 Palestinians have been murdered. City council members, I know you want your free trips to Israel, but they're not free, they're on our backs. I know you want their money, no matter whose blood stains that money. I know you want to have a good political career, and you think you can't do that if you call out the lies and the terror of the Israeli state. I tell you that you can, to stand ethically against the slaughter of children and people that have been...
Thank you, Reza. Your time is up. All right, up next is Osama. Reza, your time is up. Thank you, Reza. Up next is Osama. You have 3 minutes.
Member of the City Council, my name is Ahmed Rashid.
I've resided in Fresno since 1983. I graduated from Fresno State with an engineering degree. I currently own 2 local businesses. I stand before you today to address a matter of great concern, one that demands our collective attention and action: the ongoing atrocities and slaughter being committed in Palestine. I urge you to lend your support to this cause. It is essential that we acknowledge the historical context of suffering endured by the Palestinian people and the need for a just, lasting solution. First, it's crucial to recognize the long history of violence and suffering faced by the Palestinian people. Since the 1920s, Palestinians have experienced a series of attacks, massacres, and acts of terror at the hands of various Zionist gangs and paramilitary groups, including the CERN, Haganah, Aragan gangs, and the Israeli Defense Forces. The IDF. These attacks have left countless innocent lives shattered, and it is our moral duty to acknowledge their pain. Some of the major historically documented massacres that have taken place is the 1946, the bombing of King David Hotel in Jerusalem. 91 people of various nationalities were killed, including 41 Arabs, 28 Britons, and 17 Jews. In 1948, Deir Yassin massacre, which paved the way to the establishment of the State of Israel. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered and fired by automatic firing. Israeli historian Benny Morris said that the militias ransacked, stole money and jewels from the survivors, and burned their bodies. Even dismemberment and rape occurred. 1948, Tantura massacre. 1953, Kibya massacre. 1956, Khan Yunis massacre and Rafah massacre in Gaza. 1988, Sabra and Shatila massacre. The Israeli military besieged Sabra and Shatila Palestinian refugee camp and provided for their allies to carry out the mass killings. 2,000 to 3,500 civilians were murdered. Gaza offensive in 2008-2009, Israel launched a major military offensive nicknamed Operation Cast Lead, if you can believe that. Gaza offensive 2014, 2,000 Palestinians death, including 500 children, and more than 10,000 people injured. These are a few examples of the tragic events that have unfolded in Palestine over the years. The suffering of the Palestinian people is a stain on our shared humanity, and it is incumbent upon us to speak out against the injustice and advocate for a just resolution. It is also essential to debunk the notion that supporting Palestine's cause is inherently anti-Semitic. The language of Jesus Christ was Aramaic, a Semitic language just like Hebrew and Arabic. The phrase "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" is not intended to promote hatred towards any group. It is a call for justice and freedom for all Palestinians and Muslims existing.
Thank you, Osama. Your time is up. Up next is Daisy P. Daisy, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Daisy Porras. Yesterday, I watched a Palestinian journalist's social media story. His name is Motaz. And in his story, he showed a child who was not more than 12 years old, who was picking up pieces of human flesh with his own hands. Children picking up pieces of their family members is not something new. This occupation has been happening for over 75 years in Palestine. In the past decade and a half, Gaza has faced a total air, land, and sea blockade, with Israel controlling what comes in and what goes out. Israel has systematically bombed areas of the Gaza Strip, including mosques, churches, schools, universities, homes, hospitals, water sanitation facilities, and many more. This dates way before October 7th, Bredfeld. The argument that Hamas started the war on October 7th completely whitewashes the actual history and portrays Palestinians as the primary aggressor. Since October 7th, 30,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered with bombs, missiles, and white phosphorus handed over to an apartheid state by our own government and paid for with our own taxpayer money. My money. The same people who lamented over the 40 beheaded babies, which was proven, by the way, to be a lie, are the same people who are silent when over 12,000 Palestinian children have been murdered. I ask that you please reflect and check your own biases because your racism is showing. 96 days of genocide, and people are still steadfast in the belief that these actions are justified. They believe that these war crimes are justified. In this day and age, information is readily available at your fingertips, so ignorance is a choice. It takes a level of internalized hatred to look at the videos of mothers, fathers, children, and whole families being slaughtered and to think that it is okay for that to happen. Our representatives, including the ones in front of us, claim that they have standards of human rights, freedom of speech, and democracy. However, these are the same people who say that Israel has a right to defend itself against an occupied land. On the posters that we have here today, we have the names of the people who were martyred. Each name is a person who had hopes and dreams and they weren't even given a chance. The posters that I was holding listed only 2-year-olds and 9-year-olds. Please stand for humanity and join the cities that include San Francisco and Oakland and many others who have called for a ceasefire. And something else that I would like to bring up, please keep the warming centers open. It's not right to have people guessing on if they're going to be warm for the night or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. Up next, we have Lauren Lopez. Lauren, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I stand before you today to address the recent statements made by Mr. Gary Bredefeld in the closing moments of our last City Council meeting. His words, as passionate as they were misleading, have unfortunately been a blatant misrepresentation of the voices advocating for a permanent ceasefire and an end to the violent occupation in Palestine. Mr. Bredefeld, in his closing statement, has chosen to label those who call for peace advocates of hate, specifically targeting those who seek a moral and just resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine. He is utilizing his platform to spread misinformation under the guise of defending freedom of speech. Under this pretext, defending freedom, Mr. Bredefeld has engaged in a form of doublespeak, perpetuating Islamophobic rhetoric that only serves to gaslight community members and create an atmosphere of fear. This tactic is conflating activism with hatred is not only disingenuous, but also harmful to our community. Last week in Fresno, Palestinian organizers were attacked in public while spreading awareness of the vile and murderous atrocities committed by Israel. Your inaccurate portrayal of Palestinian liberation has only emboldened bad faith actors within our community. Mr. Bredefeld's selective storytelling, beginning only from October, neglects the decades-long aggression, occupation, and the resulting humanitarian violations which Israel has carried out with unchecked destruction and disproportionate force. Several well-respected human rights organizations, such as the United Nations and the International Federation for Human Rights, have openly declared that Israel is responsible for committing war crimes against Palestinians in Gaza. Currently, International Criminal Court is being held, and Israel is facing a genocide case. When public figures like Mr. Bredefeld employ Islamophobic rhetoric and perpetuate stereotypes, they contribute to an atmosphere of fear. It is our duty as responsible citizens to challenge such narratives and strive for informed, compassionate discussion. Let's not act like it's okay for one of the most powerful militaries in the world to indiscriminately carpet bomb innocent civilians, leaving a wake of over 12,000 dead Palestinian children in their path. You can't call that self-defense. I'm asking you to join the growing list of cities that have adopted a resolution for permanent ceasefire in order to preserve the further loss of innocent life. Let Gaza live, free Palestine, and from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Thank you, Lauren. Up next, we have Jack. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jack Rose. I am a constituent of District 7. Who I am personally, frankly, doesn't matter. So instead, I would like to use my time to give my voice to the innocent martyrs of Palestine, starting with, starting with Asid al-Rimawi. Asid was shot and killed in cold blood by Israeli occupation forces in Bayit Rima on January 4th, 2024, who then opened fire on 2 young men who tried to help him. When he was asked during his exams this year, "Why aren't you studying?" he'd answer with, "I'm going to be martyred anyways. Why should I study?" May he rest in peace. I would also like to talk about Fares Abdullah Al-Ghaff. A young boy on December 28th, 2023, Fares asked his father for biscuits, who then left right away to fulfill his son's request. When Abdullah returned, he tragically found his home completely destroyed and his family's lifeless corpses scattered as they were hit by Israeli missiles. Abdullah is seen telling his son, "I brought you your biscuits, take them with you." Ahib Asalia was just like any other kid. He loved soccer and playing with his friends. Instead, he had his whole life ahead of him, but instead he was tragically killed on November 19th, 2023. Sakar and Wayed al-Masari were sleeping peacefully in their home when it was hit by an Israeli airstrike on October 31st, 2023. They were killed in the attack while their father, Ahmed, was critically injured and then succumbed to his injuries 1 week later. Muhammad Yunus al-Zaytuna, while people around the world were enjoying Christmas Eve, Muhammad Yunus al-Zaytuna was protecting his family. An engineer and a dedicated husband and father, he was killed while attempting to shield his family from an Israeli airstrike at their home. Although Muhammad was killed, his courageous efforts ensured the survival of his young children. Mahoud Sami al-Husseini. Mahoud was loved by all and was said to have the best sense of humor. He studied office management in his college and had his whole life ahead of him until he was killed by an Israeli airstrike on November 20th, 2023. Ayman Iman Andalus As Itir. Their father, Islam, wrote, "Farewell, my 4 children. Due to Israeli bombardment without any warning hitting their neighborhood in Rafah, south of the Gaza Strip, on October 21st, 2023, Ayman, 13 years old, Iman, 12 years old, Andalus, 10, and As were all killed. The father fell injured and miraculously remained alive, but the miracle did not extend to his dear children." Dr. Saeed al-Zibda. Dr. Saeed al-Zibda was the president of the University College of Applied Science in Gaza. He was a kind man respected by all. He was killed on December 31st, 2023 by an Israeli airstrike that targeted his home in Gaza.
Thank you, Jack. Up next, we have Yasir. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Congratulations on your new presidency. Karabasi and Redfield, I hope you don't take what I say to you personally. I'm sure you guys are great people, maybe not, but I'm against your policies. For you both to lie about 40 children beheaded and you still will not admit it, that speaks a lot about you. You're instigating hate, you're spreading lies and untruth. You are making everybody feel like it's all about Israel. Well, it's not. It's just a Zionist terrorist state, and it has nothing to do with Semitism, Mr. Bredfield. Yes, I agree with you that we have rights, we have constitutional rights to speak our minds, but I refuse to refrain from talking about Israeli terrorism. I refuse to accept the fact that you lie about babies when it's not true, or show me your proof. I can show you proof for all the 12,000 children that died. I can show you proof for the 30,000 people that died. You cannot show me one proof. So you need to apologize or show me the proof. Karabasi, I am against you being in any leadership position. I know where your parents came from. They suffered the same things we suffered. I am very sure they're not proud of you. Following Bredfield and naming Israeli dual citizens who went to fight for their country. For all I care, they could still be there. Hundreds of Palestinian Americans were murdered since October 7th. You haven't mentioned a word about it. How is that not international politics? You guys cannot even take care of the local politics with the warming centers. You're not taking care of the international. What are you doing? This is all wrong. do the right thing. My friend Sam was talking about our October 7th, which he started in 1948. Mine started in 1937 in Haifa, 1938 in Haifa, 1939 in Haifa, 1938 in Jerusalem, 1939 in Jerusalem, 1947 in Jerusalem again. So it started way before, and it was led by the leaders you guys appreciate and love, Menachem Begin, Ariel Sharon, Moshe Dayan. All those terrorists died naturally, unfortunately, and they were not brought to justice. South Africa will put all those people to justice, and they will make sure that they are getting what they want. Finally, our from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, means Muslims, Christians, and Jews will live peacefully in Palestine. It does not mean what you guys are saying, the Zionists, which is from the river to the sea, the Israeli flag is all you see. It is systematic, continuous genocide, ethnic cleansing, so your motto sticks to it. Ours is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you, Annalisa.
Very much. Up next, we have Logan. Is Logan with us? All right. Up next, we have Ines. Is it Ines or Ines?
Ines.
Ines? Okay, Ines, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here talking as a mom of 2 wonderful young men. And I'm here talking on behalf of all the mothers of Gaza. I'm not Palestinian, I'm actually Egyptian, but I completely feel their pain of losing a child and not even being able to bury his body because the body was shattered or taken for research and body parts by the occupier. If that's not enough reason to call for a ceasefire, I don't know what else. I voted for you, Mrs. President, as I did for many of the other members as well. And I would like to see you acting as my representative. Please call for ceasefire, not as politician, maybe as parents, as a mom, as fathers, as sisters and brothers. You can feel every child we lost in Gaza, every young man who had a future to look for. It's so sad to see them all like that, and their lives go for vain, it was for nothing. Please ask for ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one more yellow card. That is Bob McClowski. Bob, are you here with us still? There you are.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian community here today, call for a ceasefire. As a journalist, I'm very well shaken and disturbed that over 100 journalists have been killed. They're being targeted. I encourage you people to watch Al Jazeera and stop watching MSNBC and CNN and the public radio, public TV. It's all a bunch of propaganda biased towards Israel. Watch the real news. Watch Al Jazeera. Get it on Instagram. I can guarantee you the young people of this country are getting their news on social media. They're not getting it from these corporate-dominated, military-industrial complex-dominated corporations that want to make money off this war. We're going to end up all dead with endless war in Ukraine and Gaza and other places in the world. This thing could blow up real quick. You need to make a resolution for a ceasefire today. Join these other cities. Mr. Arias, he's not here, but he was pontificating completely about the warming centers being open. They're not open. We all know that. He was there 2 days ago at 7 a.m. when they're turning people out in the cold. It wasn't open last night, 37 degrees, rain pouring down. There's wet people on the street right now. There's people that are sick. I hand out sleeping bags and tents. People tell me they got the flu. Do I have any medicine for them? Of course they're sick. Do you care? Does anybody on this council have a goddamn ounce of empathy? Do you have any empathy at all for those that are unhoused? You got to keep these warming centers open all winter. Arias brought up the fact that people aren't going. That's BS. People want those centers. He knows damn well it's true because he was there last winter and saw every one of those centers filled up. There were 80 to 100 people at Ted C. Wills every night last winter. The reason they're not going, they don't know about it. People like Brandy, who works her butt off to get the word out to people, goes out there and drives hours trying to notify people these centers are open. Do the right thing. Keep them open all winter. I got to tell you, between the heart team, throwing people's basic survival gear away, and you not keeping the warming centers open, what is your intent here? Is your intent homicidal? Sorry, but I have to ask you that. First, you have the heart team go around throwing everybody's stuff away just before a rainstorm. Their tents, their sleeping bags, stuff my wife and I buy, and stuff that's donated to churches and other groups. I pass them out. You guys come up and throw them away. You owe me $400 I spent the other day at Big Five. I sent you a bill. Send me the money, because I know that stuff's going to get thrown away. You got to stop this heart team. Like I said, they're out there causing mayhem. You talk about people in the neighborhoods, Miguel. The reason they're in the neighborhoods is because they're being forced into the neighborhoods of Fresno. The residents of Fresno need to understand that. This is city policy, forcing people.
Thank you, Bob. Your time is up. All right, at this time, folks, we're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back here at 1:30 to finish public comment. Thank you very much. All right, it's 1:32 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. At this time, we're going to pick up where we left off, which is public comment. Seeing no one in the audience who wishes to provide public comment, Brianna, let's move to our online folks.
Yes, we have Layla.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, congratulations again, Annalisa. I come to these meetings with a heavy heart. Each time we meet, the number of Palestinians killed keep increasing. After 26,000 Palestinians have been killed in 98 days by the Israeli occupation, that you were supposed to visually see 16,000 of those names on the dais today. I ask, what moral and ethical efforts have you made towards your local Palestinian community? And what moral and ethical efforts have you made to Jim Costa and President Biden? This genocide affects Palestinians here domestically, as you can see, internationally, and it affects Americans where majority don't even have any idea that more than $4 billion of their hard-earned tax dollars goes to military aid, to Israeli military aid to murder innocent Palestinians, mainly women and children. I'm here to remind everyone how this affects us locally in more ways than you think. What's concerning is when you have local politicians make irrational and false accusations without retracting those statements and apologizing for them. Like on December 21st, when the mayor held a press conference that I was kept in the dark from. I was silenced when the group shouted, she's not invited, she's not welcome, and she could come in as long as she stays silent, painting me as if I'm someone who has no control over myself, as if I were those things the mayor said about me on October 12th. I was treated with the same hate in occupied Palestine by Israelis over here on American soil in this building. Words have consequences. Islamophobia is on the rise, and last Friday, a dangerously armed Zionist rabbi ripped off my flag and attacked peaceful protesters. Thankfully, law enforcement intervened and arrested him for a hate crime. But if any Arab or Muslim or Palestinian had done that, it would have been in international news for a week. And today, as you speak about unity and Martin Luther King, those promises you preach don't apply to me and the Palestinians. You're not applying those to us. Please consider a permanent ceasefire like many other cities have, and an end to the genocide and the 75-year occupation. And on this upcoming Monday, January 15th, on Martin Luther King Day, there is an offer for a war tax resistance 101. This is a widespread symbolic tax resistance, tax blackout, and the goal is to get millions of Americans to participate in a tax blackout in April by refusing to pay at least 5% of their income taxes and donating them to the community building organizations in Gaza. That's all I have to say for today, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next we have Mohammed.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Mohammed Al-Kutami. I'm a proud Palestinian American who has called Fresno home for the past 26 years. The roots of my family trace back to 1948 when my father was born in a refugee camp in occupied Palestine. His dedication to education led him to serve as a teacher for 27 years within his community before our family immigrated to Fresno in 1997. Arriving with minimal knowledge of the English language, I navigated through the Fresno school system and ultimately earned degrees in associate arts, physical science, a minor in math, and a bachelor's in civil engineering. For the past 11 years, I've proudly worked as a public servant. Last September, I received statewide recognition for public outreach and volunteering in the civil engineering industry from the Professional Engineers in California Government Union. In my role as the Treasurer and Outreach Committee Chair for the largest civil engineering union in the state of California, I've collaborated with local university professors and graduating seniors, contributing to the growth of future engineers. In the aftermath of the devastating 2020 California fires, I redirected my efforts to and requested to work with the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, leading the safety efforts on the largest debris removal project in American history to help those impacted by the fires. My commitment to Fresno and my community runs deep. Unfortunately, during a time when I needed support from my community, leaders, and local elected officials the most, I was met with a cold shoulder. As the genocide of Palestinian children and women unfolded, my district council member resorted to divisive language, labeling me and my Palestinian American community as advocates of hate for merely asking for an end to the ongoing genocide and 75-year-old occupation. Such language only serves to further divide and marginalize my community. Today, I respectfully urge our City Council to take a stance by introducing a permanent ceasefire resolution, demonstrating our city's solidarity with the victims of this ongoing genocide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have last name Barbosa.
Hi, thank you. Hi, members of the committee. My name is Atsiri Barbosa. I am Mexican American, and I am a proud Fresno State alumni. I also want to voice my support for a ceasefire resolution and for you to call for the U.S. to stop supplying military aid to Israel and for an end to the occupation in Palestine. 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza are living through genocide as Israel bombs, starves, and displaces them. From Gaza to Jenin, we have witnessed Israel's massacres of Palestinians again and again. Over 30,000 lives have been killed with our tax dollars. I also want to bring to your attention that more than 100 journalists have been killed by Israel. And for the rest of my time, I would like to share some words shared by a Gaza journalist named Ismail Al-Dakhta, and I apologize if I mispronounce his name. What he said is, "Dear friends, I am announcing the end of my coverage on this ongoing aggression. We documented more than enough of crimes, massacres, and the genocide that we were facing for the last 96 days. Sadly, there was not a strong action to end this aggression that devored citizens, journalists, medical workers, activists, and even stunt entry. We were sentenced to execution, and each one of us are waiting their turn. 96 days of loss and grief for losing our friends, homes, loved ones, and wealth. The Israeli occupation took everything away from us. We're left with some clothes that hardly keep us warm, living in tents that are not inhabitable for animals. And for the people who don't know who is Ismail and got to meet me through this genocide, I want you to know that I am a father of 2 beautiful children. I am the oldest of my son of my parents. They waited 25 years to have me due to procreation difficulties. I have a sister and a brother who count on me since my father became old and sick. I survived death multiple times and put myself in danger to show you the situation on the ground. And I believe that's enough for now. As one of my colleagues said, seeking safety within family is a better option than seeking coverage for a world that doesn't know the meaning of humanity and compassion. With love, Ismail." And with that, I just want to again say that an immediate permanent ceasefire is the only way to stop the killing. I support a permanent ceasefire along with 64 members of Congress and also 61% majority of Americans voters, as found in a recent poll by Data for Progress. I also wanted to urge you to keep the warming centers open for the homeless population in Fresno County, and that's pretty much it. Call for an immediate permanent ceasefire now. Viva Palestina Libre. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Lisa Flores.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, your Zoom stuff is still not working with me very well. I want to take the words right directly out of Annalise Perea's mouth. GSD, getting stuff done. You guys are going to love this. First off, hey, Mr. Miguel, you misspoke earlier today about the dog park. It took a phone call for me to find out real quick that the water at Puppy Love Dog Park, you know, my beloved Puppy Love, has never been turned on, has never been vandalized. And currently today, they're working on resetting the sprinklers because that's the only reason why the water fountains aren't turned on, because the sprinklers are going to hit them. that sounds just asinine to me. Turn on the water. You can always come back and change sprinklers. Take care of the piping. This should have been done before the park was open. Ms. Perea, I am really upset with you, and I'm glad all the Palestinians showed up, and I want to thank them because they really opened my eyes today with the story about the children and about the girl who had eye surgery and died. Very touching. I'm now in agreement with them that the city of Fresno now needs to get into the movement toward peace and in a peaceful resolution. A resolution is not going to hurt you guys unless it's going to hurt you politically. You're coming up on Martin Luther King. I have a minor in peace and conflict. I don't know what your problem is, guys. Come on. Annalise, getting stuff done. I'm sitting here at day 138. Cecil did not have a Christmas because he was basically a prisoner of the striping. You tell me that you have no control over the direction of what's really going to go on. Well, who does? Who do I need to talk to? Jerry, I've called you 90 days in a row. I've called and called and called you, not one phone call back. Georgianne, same with you. I've kept calling your office and not one phone call back. There is a simple solution, and I call it the good neighbor policy, where it's a win-win for everybody involved. Finally, Ms. Perea, I'm glad to hear that you appointed the District 1 Planning Review Committee. I actually came across it today on accident. Nowhere have I seen in any of your publications or anything anywhere that you actually made the appointment. Really interested why I didn't get reappointed, but that's a discussion for another day, and maybe
Thank
we
you,
can go have a
Lisa.
beer about it.
Council President, that is all the public comment we have for today.
All right, thank you very much. Council, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion passes 7-0. At this time, Council, we're going to move on to contested consent. As items are called, we will first go to the council member who pulled the item, then refer to staff as necessary. As a reminder, we have already taken public comment on these items. So up first, we have item 1H. This is the actions pertaining to allocation of One Fresno Youth Jobs Corp. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. The title suggests that we're employing youth in these positions, but I understand that isn't the case. It's 18 and above. Is that correct?
Personnel, there you go. So the program supports youth to 16 to 30. Within the scope of the CBOs, it's 18 to 30 is what I think the intention was. I'm not sure that we're intending to have minors as a part of these CBO agreements, but I think that could be open to change.
Can somebody confirm? I'm trying to get clarity. The program is called the Youth Jobs Program, but some of these locations of employment are probably not appropriate for youth. So do we intend to hire people 16 through 25 for these positions?
Councilmember, the definition of youth for this program is defined by the state. Mm-hmm. So the youth can be participating in the program. For our CBOs, we have control of that to maintain that they're 18 and above for these positions.
So what is the youth in accordance with the state guidelines?
16 to 30.
So 16 to 30. And in these CBO contracts, would we be hiring 16, 17-year-olds?
We can ensure that they have to be 18 for the specific assignments based on the type of assignments they are.
So some of the assignments are Nexus, Neighborhood Industries, CRMC, EOC, Pobralo House. Where do you plan to draw the line on in these locations? Which ones would be adults? Like, are we going to have 16-year-olds picking up trash at 6 o'clock at night downtown? Are we going to have 16-year-olds in a shelter feeding folks?
As presented with these 6 agreements, the intention is the 18 to 30 parameters. For our current Youth Corps job program, we also have assignments within the city that we have minors, so the 16 and 17-year-olds.
In the location specifically, the Poverello House, Naomi House, and who's going to be housed there, and what training are they going to receive?
So the Poverello House, it's going to be for the Papa Mike's Cafe with the intention of developing skills related to food service, hospitality, and a warehousing of items. At this point, we haven't identified participants who will be going to the certain assignments. Our intention is, should this get passed, we would house a job fair, and we'd align folks who have an interest with food service or getting to that area. We'll match them up. If it's a fit, then they'll be placed with that specific CBO, in which that CBO would be the employer of record. They'd be subject to their traditional onboarding process with city oversight.
I appreciate that, but a cafe suggests a Starbucks environment. A cafe at Poverello is a commercial kitchen that feeds the unhoused, including sexual predators, everything under the sun. So I like some very direct assurances that we won't be placing 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, that we won't be placing 18-year-olds that are not trained and have not been vetted, because that's not an easy task. It's not a cafe in the form of a Starbucks. It is a commercial kitchen for the unhoused that's no barrier, which means that anybody is served in that area, and I don't want to put anybody at risk. So who would give me that assurance? Would it be you as a personnel director for the city or the CBO?
Yeah, absolutely. I could speak on giving that assurance. Our intention is, again, to have the adults, so 18 and over. I will be going on site. I'll be going through kind of this orientation process as well to familiarize myself. And if at some point, I would say there's some level of discomfort or pain or something that would give some pause that we would have the City of Fresno employee do it, I'll vocalize it at that point. But at this point, I don't see, at least on my end, a concern or hesitation for the lack of training for that.
Can you speak to the level of training that they currently receive at that site for that job?
Currently, this is not an assignment we have with Papa Mike's Cafe, so I can't speak to that.
We don't have any experience in this location yet.
I don't believe that we do, and I believe that this, with the Poverello home and the Papa Mike's Cafe specifically, this is a newer, I don't want to use the word startup, but it's a newer operation, so I'm not entirely sure that there's a defined pathway with the current staff.
The reason I'm bringing this to your attention, because sometimes our staff does not get out of this building and directly do site visits. If you go to Poverello and their quote-unquote cafe, you have to go through a series of encampments.
I'm familiar, yeah.
You have to go through a series of, we've had a couple of incidents on site that resulted in murder and assaults. I don't want to put more people on unnecessary risk, especially if they're minors and they haven't received the appropriate training. So I recognize it's a new venture for the city, but I want somebody at your level to give me reassurances that you guys will be paying close attention to this so that we don't just simply treat it as if they were just simply picking up garbage in Fulton Street.
And whether it be specifically Poverello home or Poverello house or the other CBOs, we're not passive in our approach. We're going to be very active in it. It's not going to be something that we have this agreement and then we're hands off. That's not our intention at all.
Okay, thank you. With that, I make a motion to approve.
This is for item 1H. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Seeing no one else punched up. Council, is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Next item is item 1I. This is to approve the 7th Amendment to the Consultant Services Agreement with Ascent Environmental, extending the contract performance period to December 31st, 2024 for the South Central Specific Plan, EIR. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. As noted, this is the 7th amendment to this agreement, and it's one of probably half a dozen extensions that we've been asked to approve. So I couldn't ascertain from the contract itself, when do we anticipate this plan to be complete based on this proposed amendment?
Our current timeline shows bringing it before the council in fall of 2024.
Fall, is that anywhere between August and December?
September to December.
Okay.
Yes.
Those are my questions. Thank you. Motion to approve.
This is for item 1I. I have a motion to approve from Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Bredefield. Seeing no one else punched up. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. So this concludes the portion of the public portion of our agenda today. Thank you everyone for being here. At this time, we're now going to transition into closed session. City Attorney, is there any announcements for closed session?
Yes, in closed session today, we have public employee performance evaluation, city clerk. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to thank the public for joining us today for the City Council meeting of January 11th, 2024. The meeting in closed session has ended and there are no announcements. It is 2:20 p.m. Thank you for joining us today.